Integrity, Houston, for a comm check.
We have you loud and clear. How us?
We have you the same. Thanks, Christina. And your calls in the blind on the Peltors came down super crispy. They were loud and clear.
Great to know. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 2 hours, and 51 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The crew and the Capcom here in Mission Control, which you can see a view of Capcom capsule communicator Jenny Gibbons on the left-hand side of your screen, calling up to perform a communications check with the Orion team, Orion crew, following that forward link loss of signal. Now that we've regained or reacquired that signal, so now the team here in Mission Control can communicate directly with the Orion spacecraft and its crew, and they can communicate back down. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft. This view coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings attached to the service module, which provide power generation.
And Integrity, Houston's on board with you, and we have you loud and clear. But the PAO event has been delayed by 1 hour so that we can support this prop characterization test. Copy, thumbs up.
Yep, that's right. We're just on autopilot. For once, just following Optimus there on my IM. And okay, we'll just stay streaming if you want it, and then we'll be ready for PAO in an hour.
No worries. We'll happily hang out on board with you, and we'll continue our preparation work for that characterization test down here. Thanks.
And you're now seeing a live look inside the cabin of the Orion spacecraft. Those calls coming down from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who's in the forward portion of that view on the left-hand side. You can also see CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, in the center of your screen. And next to him is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. And in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook. They went ahead and started streaming the interior camera in preparations for an upcoming public affairs event. And that event taking place in a little over an hour from now, around 9:45 p.m. Central.
Integrity Houston, we are taking our initial steps for this characterization test. We will let you know in advance of the flush in which we will be opening that ox-helium ISO valve 1, and at that point we would need you in place at the DUs. We'll let you know.
Great, Jenny. We'll be ready.
The Capcom, or capsule communicator here, Mission Control, Jenny Gibbons, who was also a backup for the Artemis II mission. She's a Canadian Space Agency astronaut alongside Jeremy Hansen, calling up regarding a propulsion characterization test that is going to be taking place here shortly. Earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system and isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. When branch 1 was isolated and the ox tank pressure increase halted and those pressures steadied out. Teams have been discussing that configuration since flight day 2 and have since developed a test plan to further understand the ox pressures when branch 1 is available for pressure control. After running the test plan through simulators today, the team is now ready to execute that test this evening, so that is what they are preparing for now. So with the limited time remaining in the mission, and a desire to execute this test while the crew is awake so that they can back up commands from Mission Control, the best time to fit in this test was into the plan was this evening. So they did have to rearrange some of the crew's timeline. There was originally a docking camera demonstration and a manual piloting demonstration scheduled for this evening. And both of those tests would have altered the spacecraft's attitude and utilized the propulsion system that they're testing. So in order to provide a steady environment for evaluating the test data, the mission management team approved canceling both of those demos taking place this evening.
Integrity Houston, I thought we just caught an ActiWatch sync. If I had my own, I'd sync it with you.
100%, Jenny Gibbons.
Glad that's still alive. Good job, guys.
Houston Integrity for a PAO message that I recorded earlier.
Go ahead.
Maybe this is two items. First is a question that I think you'll be able to answer in a few minutes, which is I had an activity on my timeline to record a PAO message this morning. Let me see if I can figure out which one that is. It was my MET 2145 PAO recording. If it is, does that need to be downlinked or does that just need to live on my iPhone?
We'll get it after the mission read.
Okay, and then an interesting nuance on the iPhones that maybe someone down there can think about, this is definitely the least urgent question you're going to get this entire mission, is when we plug them into PCDs to like pull a photo or a video over, we don't have any rhyme or reason yet, but sometimes it takes like 12 or 18 hours maybe for the picture or the video we just took to actually show up. All the other stuff shows up, but new stuff does not show up on that PCD for a long time. It's almost like it's using a cache or something, and it's just not going in and looking on the phone for new pictures. It's just a very weird phenomenon. If anybody has an aha moment down there, we'd love to hear it.
All right, we'll take some time to think about that one, but as you say, low priority. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're now seeing a view inside.
Integrity for Oxone.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm not sure if you just said you're busy or not as busy right now. We're trying to start thinking about entry prep, and we want to know, are we going to change out Oxone one more time in the toilet or not?
Yep, Reed, good question. We will want fresh Oxone tomorrow, so you will do that Oxone change out or tomorrow.
Houston Integrity for stowage.
Go.
Hey, Jenny, as we move a few things around over the next half an hour, are you guys okay if we call individual things down, or is that going to clobber your headspace down there?
We can absolutely take whatever you want to call down with respect to stowage.
we have an oxone inlet filter serial number 1031 that we are going to stow in CTB Bravo 3 small, just to get it out of the way.
Copy, read. Which CTB in Bravo 3 small? We believe there are two.
And I'm sorry, that is going to go into Bravo 2, the small one underneath C1.
We copy, thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You can see a live view of the crew.
Data rate change in 30 seconds.
You can see a live view of the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their return journey. They were recently calling down some stowage locations where different items are being stowed and held in preparation for the re-entry and return on Friday, April 10th. The IVA, or Intravehicular Activity Position here in Mission Control Houston, is the console responsible for supporting the astronauts and their activities inside the Orion spacecraft. They also monitor the crew's well-being and provide suit support, hygiene, and internal crew support tasks throughout the mission. And you also heard a call-up that there was going to be a data rate change, and during that data rate change, there is often choppy communication, and we'll typically lose those views momentarily before we regain them. From this view on your screen, you can see the full Artemis Flight Control Room here in Mission Control Houston, and this flight control room is just down the hallway from the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Some of the positions that you see there on your screen include ground control in the far bottom left corner. The ground controller manages the team that maintains and operates ground and network facilities, including voice systems, building systems, redundant power systems, and more. A couple rows behind the ground control console in the middle left portion of your screen is MPO, which stands for the Mechanical and Power Officer, and they are responsible for electrical power generation, solar arrays, array rotation mechanisms, and power distribution systems. They also manage the crew hatch, docking mechanisms, vehicle pyrotechnic devices, parachutes, and water uprighting systems. And then next to the MPO console is FAO, which is the Flight Activities Officer. They are responsible for integrating and managing onboard activities. They're also responsible for managing the transfer of procedures, email, and other information between the crew and the ground. Behind the MPO console in the back left is ECOM, which is the Emergency Environmental and Consumables Manager, and they're responsible for internal thermal control systems, air and water supply, and purification systems, and they also manage emergency response. Those are just a handful of the positions that are here in the flight control room, and all of these teams also have a back room supporting them throughout the mission. This is Artemis Mission Control. Following that brief data rate change, we now have those live views back of the crew inside the Orion spacecraft. Again, they're working through some stowage activities to start preparing for re-entry prep. They will do a lot of their re-entry preparations tomorrow when they will be reconfiguring the cabin to prepare for splashdown, and they will also be studying their entry procedures. In addition to stowing some of their equipment, they will also be installing their seats to ensure all items are secured for re-entry.
Integrity Houston for contingency urine stowage bag dump.
Go ahead, Jenny.
Hey, Reed, wanted to let you know that message 3.8.6 is on board with a procedure to dump urine from the contingency urine stowage bag. We verified that you can complete this anytime today, and the heaters are configured for the dump. That's step 1.1 is complete.
Hey, Jenny, thanks for the call. I haven't reported that there's more urine in there. I think we're at about probably 1,200 mils at this point. Will that volume affect the call you just made?
No issues, Christina. We appreciate you letting us know, but you are go to dump that amount.
Okay, thanks. And understand I'll be able to, if it's desired to land with that bag empty, I will be able to dump on entry day as well.
Affirm.
Awesome. And this reminds me, will we be dumping the water that we got in the other CWC?
Nope, Christina, we won't be dumping that. We don't want to risk any freezing. We'll be landing with that water in the bag.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
And Jenny, quick question, any chance that Ike and I can do the flywheel closeout 28.3.112 now as a little bit of a get ahead?
Absolutely, your go.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Some additional communication there between both NASA astronaut Christina Cook as well as NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman talking to the ground about a handful of activities, one of those related to a wastewater dump. They also referenced the acronym CWC, which referred to some contingency water containers. They were confirming that those would not be dumped ahead of re-entry and splashdown on Friday, April 10th. And then they were also discussing the flywheel exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft and beginning to take that apart and stow it. The flywheel uses a cable-based system that supports both aerobic workouts like rowing and resistive movements such as squats and deadlifts.
We all just had that weird vibe of backing up if we were getting sad.
Oh, we feel it too, but we'll be happy to have you back.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 3 hours, and 33 minutes into the Artemis II mission. You can currently see a live look inside the Orion spacecraft's cabin. That spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. Currently on screen you can see NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman as well as NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and just floating off screen was NASA astronaut Christina Cook. They are working through some stowage activities in preparation for re-entry. That re-entry and splashdown expected to take place on Friday, April 10th. Specifically, they are working to do flywheel closeout, and the flywheel is the exercise device on board the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity for stowage.
Go.
Jenny, I have two 12 by 12 Ziplocs of uneaten food. I'm wondering if I can stow them under the headrest in that locker we were talking about, Bravo 1. No, sorry, Bravo 2.
Jeremy, we actually prefer that be temp stowed for now. We will have the full repack plan for you tomorrow morning during cabin config, and we'll have a place for that.
Okay, we'll temp stow it.
Thanks.
And Jenny, is it okay if we put flywheel tools into bag 10, or do you need flywheel tools back into bag 16?
Checking. Reed, we have an answer for you. We would prefer them stowed in bag 16 because we'll be using them again for the docking camera bracket ops.
Okay, into 16 they go, and with that, I'm happy to report that 28.3.112 is complete, and if you could let Victor know in Building 5, his favorite green card did not manifest on this flight. We did not lose the shaft lock pins, and Christina has one thing for you.
We love it. Thank you.
And Jenny, with your last call, I realized that we're very eager to obviously start getting ahead on any packing we can. We haven't been reporting Bob deploys. Do you guys need to know that, or are there any other things that you have question marks about? Because I just want to make sure that when we get that, y'all are, have the right information to get that packing plan good.
Checking. Christina, at 5:45 today on your timeline, you have a consumables check, which the intent of that was to report on those items. We can take it earlier if you're ready.
Awesome. Let me have a look, and we'll let you know if we have anything we can tee up for you now. Otherwise, we'll wait for it as scheduled.
That sounds great, and Victor's spinning is making us giggle. It's really spectacular. Integrity crew, Houston, we are ready for the prop SM Aux Branch 1 flush and pressurization. We'll have at least one crew member at the DU, and let me know when you're ready for more information.
We're ready.
All right, Christina, some additional information for you. That tank pressure limit of 274 psi will also ring an enabled caution if it's reached, and that caution is SM Aux Tank P High. That'll be another indication that we'll both be racing to close that Aux Helium ISO 1 valve.
Understand all.
Okay, do you have any more questions before we get started?
Okay, we are ready.
Copy. We'll put it in work now.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We had quite a bit of communication there for a minute from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they're working through some closeout items and restowing some of the cargo on board the Orion spacecraft in preparation for entry. One of the items they referenced was a bob, which is a bulk overwrap bag, and these are how the food items are stored on board the Orion spacecraft and also how they're stored on board the International Space Station. And then the ground also said that they were going to start a prop flow, and this is related to the propulsion characterization test that they are running this evening. So earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system, and as a result, they had isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. But teams have been discussing that configuration since Flight Day 2 and have developed a test plan. So they are executing that test this evening.
Integrity crew, prop has completed the initial flush. We are continuing with steps following the flush. That valve is open and things are looking good so far.
Copy, and we'll stay at the DUs, follow along.
Thank you.
And you just heard the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for Orbit 2 this evening is Ginny Gibbons, who is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut and was one of the backups for the Artemis II crew. They called up regarding the prop characterization test that's currently ongoing and stated that it's going well so far, and that NASA astronaut Christina Cook, currently on board the Orion spacecraft, said they will continue to monitor that test from the DUs, and that refers to the display units on board the Orion spacecraft.
Houston Integrity PCD-2 for the actigraphs.
We copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You heard a call a moment ago from NASA astronaut Christina Cook referencing a PCD. Those are portable computing devices, basically a tablet that the crew uses, and she was also referencing an actigraph device. So as part of the Artemis II mission, the crew is wearing actigraphy devices, which are small watch-like sensors that gather health-related data, and they're also answering periodic questions about conditions on board the Orion spacecraft.
Integrity crew, we are now past the most dynamic part of this prop characterization test, and we are in a stable config. So we'll keep monitoring the state of the SM Aux Branch 1 from the ground, with Fitter backing us up, of course. You are released to go about your business, of course understanding that if that caution rings, you know what to do. With that, we are just under 13 minutes from the PAO event, and we will take a scene and voice check at any time. Thanks.
We copy all. Thanks. See you on the camera in 13. Lined up for PAO. You do have us on camera now.
Affirm, we got you on camera, just missing the scene and voice check. Thanks. And we got a good scene and voice. I think everything's looking and sounding right. Thanks, Victor. And one go back for you guys, it looks like that America 250 flag came dislodged a little bit or slipped down. If we could get that put back up, we'd appreciate it. Otherwise, all good. Looks good, Victor. Thanks.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 7 days, 4 hours, and 5 minutes into the Artemis II mission. Following a lunar flyby on flight day 6, which was Monday, April 6th, the crew and the Orion spacecraft are now on the return leg of their journey back home to Earth. They are expected to splash down off the coast of California on Friday, April 10th. Currently on your screen, you can see a live look into that Orion cabin. With the crew there on your screen, they are preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event. During this downlink event, they will have the opportunity to answer questions from members of the media ahead of their splashdown. Following the completion of this public affairs event, the crew has a handful of additional activities for the day, and then they will move into their private medical conference. Again, this is a daily conference with the medical teams on the ground, and then they will have a private conference with the flight control team.
Check, we're at the lowest fan speed allowable.
Jeremy, good check. We can go 1,000 RPM lower if you want.
Give us all you got.
All right, it's in work.
That call from the crew and the Capcom here in Mission Control Houston, which for Orbit 2 is Ginny Gibbons, who is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut, referencing the cabin fan speed. Again, you can see the crew there on your screen as they're getting prepared for that upcoming public affairs event, which will start at 9:45 p.m. Central, 10:45 p.m. Eastern Time. During this event, the crew will have the opportunity to speak with members of the media and answer questions following their historic flyby around the moon and ahead of their splashdown. Again, that splashdown targeted to take place at 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California.
Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
From Integrity, we are ready for the event.
NASA Public Affairs Office, please call Integrity for a voice check.
Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me? Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me?
Hey, Courtney, we hear you, but you are very low.
Okay, I will try to talk a little bit louder. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's great to see you today. We have a room filled with media eager to talk
Courtney,
to you.
we have you loud and clear.
Wonderful. We have a room full of media ready to talk to you today, and we also have them on our phone bridge. We have a limited amount of time, so we're going to go ahead and hop straight into questions. We'll start here in the room with Marcia Dunn. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for you, Reed. Could you please describe your emotions when Jeremy called down to Mission Control to ask permission to name a lunar crater after your late wife, Carol? It was a pretty emotional, powerful moment down here.
Marcia, it was a powerful moment up here as well. My crewmates approached me when we were at Kennedy in quarantine, and they said, "Hey, the three of them had talked, and they would like to do this," and that was an emotional moment for me. And I just thought that was just a total treasure that they had thought through this and they had offered this. And I said, absolutely, I would love that. I think that's just the best. And I said, but I can't give the speech. I can't give the talk. And Jeremy, the kind of guy he is, he said he would do it. And it was getting emotional there. And I think when Jeremy spelled Carol's name, Carroll, I think for me, that's when I was overwhelmed with emotion. And I looked over and Christina was crying. I put my hand down on Jeremy's hand as he was still talking. It was right there on that rail. And I could just tell he was trembling, and we all pretty much broke down right there. And just for me personally, that was kind of the pinnacle moment of the mission for me. That was, I think, where the four of us were the most forged, the most bonded, and we came out of that really focused on that day ahead. I think that was a very caging moment for the four of us. Thank you for that question, and it was a great moment.
We'll take our next question in the room here from Joey. Go ahead.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. I'm curious, Reed, and for anyone else who wants to answer it, how has this mission changed you guys personally in your views of the moon? These photos make it look kind of intimidating and beastly, and just curious to hear your thoughts on how you guys have also changed during this mission personally. Thank you.
I had an opportunity earlier to answer this question from my own perspective, and we have seen just some extraordinary things that I thought we might see. They looked similar to what I thought they might look like, and other things that I just had never even imagined. And those were different perspectives that we saw these things from, but I have to say, it hasn't changed my perspective or the perspective that I launched with. The perspective I launched with was that we live on a fragile planet in the vacuum, in the void of space. We know this from science. We're very fortunate to live on planet Earth. And the other perspective that I've sort of learned from others through life is that our purpose on the planet as humans is to find joy, to find the joy in lifting each other up by creating solutions together instead of destroying. And when you see it from out here, it doesn't change it. It just absolutely reaffirms that. It's almost like seeing living proof of it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and take one more question here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. If you are on the phone bridge and have a question, just a reminder to press *1. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi, Integrity. It's so wonderful to speak with you. This is Jackie Waddles with CNN. Obviously, there is a huge moment coming up with reentry. Can you describe your feelings, how you're preparing for that moment mentally and physically? And then as you prepare for the end of the journey, what are some moments that you know that you'll take with you for the rest of your life from this journey? Thank you.
You know, it started off sounding like an easy question for me to answer, and then it got really big. But I guess the entry thing, I'll be honest and say I've actually been thinking about entry since April 3rd, 2023, when we got assigned to this mission. And one of the first press conferences we were asked, what are we looking forward to? And I said splashdown, and it's kind of humorous, but it's literal as well, that we have to get back. There's so much data that you've seen already, but all the good stuff is coming back with us. There's so many more pictures, so many more stories. And gosh, I haven't even begun to process what we've been through. We've still got 2 more days. And riding a fireball through the atmosphere is profound as well. So I have to answer that question later. I'm not sure, but I can tell you it's a lot. And lifelong memories. I'm going to be thinking about and talking about all of these things for the rest of my life, for sure. Yep.
All right, we'll head over to our phone bridge. Our first question there is from Kelly Malone with Canadian Press. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kelly Malone with the Canadian Press. There's a lot of excitement about scientific advancements as a result of the mission. You just spoke about the data, and I know you've spoken about training on robotics in Montreal. What are the takeaways from the mission so far that might be applied to robotics or other international tech efforts in the future? And just a quick personal note for Jeremy. I'm told you got a surprise message from your family. Can you share what it was like to hear from them?
Advancements in robotics? Well, when I think about the Artemis program in general, we've already seen some investments in pushing robotic technology forward for deep space that we're going to see put to good use in one way or another. And this is the beauty of this program. It brings an international collaboration, sets big goals, and doesn't just talk about them, but goes after them and gets it done. We're going to need the advances in robotics. It's really hard out here. We're a long way from home. We've been learning the entire journey. We've been watching Mission Control learn. You do a lot of testing on the ground, but your final test is when you get this hardware to space, and it's a doozy. And our team has just performed. They've just knocked it out of the park, but it doesn't mean it might look easy from the outside. We can tell they are working so hard on the ground to do this, and we really appreciate them. And so when we get these next generation robotics on the surface of the moon and out in deep space, there's going to be some challenges, there's going to be some failures along the way, and there's going to be some learning that happens. On the personal note, yes, I had some videos from all of my family, my 3 children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, and my wife, Catherine. And when you're out in deep space by the moon and you are listening to a video they recorded for you before you launch, that's something.
We all had it so great. Yep.
Okay, our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hi, Hi, good evening. For anybody who'd like to answer, how do you think the flight has contributed to the broader Artemis program? Of course, it's not over yet, but what do you think the crew has already brought to the table for the next couple of missions? Thank you.
Well, I love this question because part of our ethos as a crew and our values from the very beginning were that this is a relay race. In fact, we have batons that we bought to symbolize physically that. We plan to hand them to the next crew, and every single thing that we do is with them in mind. Oftentimes, it's actually easier in human spaceflight, especially on a first mission, to accept some of the things that aren't working quite right or the operational workarounds. And we have actually been diligent to try to fix everything, and we're always thinking from the perspective as what is the next crew going to think about this? How will this help them to succeed? So manual piloting the vehicle, making sure that the procedures and the processes for making everything work are all as they should be. Then there's the human side of it. How are our provisions? How are our food? How is the human system working in here? Taking the time to do all of the developmental flight test objectives that have been scheduled. So both in the vehicle and all in the last 3 years, we've really just worked to make sure that they are set up for success, and that's all of the teams, not just the crew, but the flight control teams, the mission engineering rooms, the launch teams, everyone. We've done our best to bring folks together and to make sure that we can be the best we can be. Obviously, just testing, putting humans in this vehicle is the easy thing to see, and we hope that we've capitalized on that and made it as much as it can be for our time here.
Our next question is from Alex Wilson with the Weather Channel.
Hi, guys. Thank you so much for your time. You're space experts, yet time and time again, we've heard you amazed by things that you've seen on this mission. So what has been the biggest scientific surprise or discovery for you?
The whole mission, truly the whole mission, but we saw really amazing simulations made by our lunar science team about what the eclipse would look like when the moon was 30, 35 times bigger than the sun. But seeing that,
communications, we should be regaining them here.
We lost your video and handheld mic audio stream. We are troubleshooting.
All right, Jenny, we see the issue and we're correcting it. We'll probably need about 30 seconds and then we should be streaming again.
Copy. Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, comm check. How about now? Are we back with you?
And Jenny, how much of Victor's answer did you hear?
Yeah, we have you back, video, and the handheld mic seems to be back up too, and Victor should repeat his answer. Over to PAO.
Okay. The thing that we saw that really surprised me the most is we trained to view the eclipse from the far side of the moon, or after going beyond the far side of the moon. We saw great simulations made by our lunar science team, but when that actually happened, it just blew us all away. I mean, you heard the reaction in real time, but it was the fact that we trained for it, and it almost was a thing that we were, I don't want to say unhappy about, but launching on April 1st meant the far side wasn't as illuminated as we were hoping. And so, you know, that thing seemed to be a consolation, and it was one of the greatest gifts of that part of the mission.
Okay, we'll come back here in the room to Andrea. Go ahead.
Hi, Andrea Leinfelder of the Houston Chronicle. I'd like to hear about life inside Orion. Christina, in the fall you said the capsule would feel bigger in microgravity. Does it feel bigger? And at what moments do you find that you're bumping into your crewmates, and what tips will you be given to future crews?
Wow, we have loved living in Orion, and in fact, we've all said that sometimes you can forget where you really are because we're in this small space that just gives us everything we need. But the answer to your question is yes, it is bigger in microgravity, and yes, we are bumping into each other 100% of the time. A phrase that you often hear in the cabin is, "Don't move your foot, I'm just going to reach for something right under it," or, you know, "Can I get there? And my goal is to get over there." And we're constantly moving around, whether it's to complete a task, to just eat, you know, to look out the window, to take a picture. Everything we do in here is a 4-person activity. But it's also really fun.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Will. Go ahead.
Thank you, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. It's good to talk with you all. Victor, I want to go to a comment that you made a couple of hours into the lunar observations. You said, and I quote you here, "The Terminator is calling to me." What was it about the observation of the Terminator specifically that was so captivating for you and the rest of your crew? Thank you.
One being 3,500 miles from it. I mean, it was so big, and now it wasn't an image on a screen, but it was all of the things we had talked about in training, the terrain, how you can see features based on how high they are above the surface and how low things were. And there were holes that, you know, craters that appeared to just be endless bottomless pits, and then peaks that seemed to be, I couldn't tell how high, but you could just really get a sense of the relief down on the surface. And to look down on it from so close was, or over at it from so close was just, it was hard to describe. You know, when you are in an airplane flying back past, you know, Flagstaff, you're looking out the window trying to, you know, identify Meteor Crater, or looking out trying to find the Grand Canyon. And this was the same thing. But imagine if you had seen Meteor Crater or the Grand Canyon for the first time.
Our next question is from the phone bridge from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, so great to talk to you for. You know, the world has been watching along with your journey with such enthusiasm and joy. Do you have any sense or feedback of how your mission has reached the masses back on Earth? And does that influence you at all when you speak and narrate your journey?
Thank you for this question. You know, we have had, I'm going to answer it a little bit differently than it was asked, but I'll get there in a second. But we have had a chance, the four of us, we've had 2 opportunities each to have very brief video chats with our families. And I will tell you, first of all, the 4 of us are now forged in a friendship that is very unique, and we will cherish this bond that we share for the rest of our lives. And then one of the neatest things being a crewmate on this spacecraft is not being in the family conference, but hearing your crewmates giggling and crying and just gasping and listening and loving their families from afar. Family is so important to all four of us, and that has been amazing. And when I got to talk to my daughters, Ellie and Katie, for the first time, like, I just couldn't even speak. I was just so overjoyed. I was crying. I mean, it is an amazing experience. But what also came from that is really our source of news on planet Earth. And those family members have been our source of how the mission is going from the public perspective. Obviously, they're all biased. Although most of our kids are teenagers, so maybe they're not quite that biased. But they're biased. But what we had really hoped, and we said it a lot before, I mean, we really are here to serve NASA, to serve our two nations, Canadian Space Agency, NASA, and the international community. And we're here to serve for Artemis III. But what we really hoped in our soul is that we could, for just a moment, have the world pause and remember that this is a beautiful planet in a very special place in our universe, and we should all cherish what we have been gifted. And I think for the folks that decided to tune in, and it sounds like it was quite a few, this has happened. And for that, we are eternally grateful.
Our next question is from Noah Haggerty with the Los Angeles Times.
Hey, great to hear from you all. You had 40 minutes of a pretty profound solitude. You were, farther from Earth than any humans before you. No means to communicate with Earth. It was really just the four of you, the spacecraft, and the moon. Can you talk us through what that moment felt like?
Well, Courtney's running this press conference, and she knows I always speak the truth, sometimes with a little bit of embellishment. But I will tell you exactly as it went. When we watched that Earth eclipse behind the moon, wow, I'm actually getting chills right now just thinking about. My palms are sweating. But it is amazing to watch your home planet disappear behind the moon. You could see the atmosphere. You could actually see the terrain in the moon projected across the Earth as the Earth was eclipsing behind the moon. It was just an unbelievable sight. And then it was gone. It was out of sight. And we took a moment here. We had a lot of scientific work to do right there. That was probably the most critical lunar observations for our geology team. But the four of us took a moment. We shared maple cookies that Jeremy had brought, and we took about 3 or 4 minutes just as a crew to really reflect on where we were, and then it was right back into the science. And it is a surreal feeling, but we had a lot of work to do too, and I think that kept our focus. And so it's only come later, and we still haven't even begun to reflect on this mission. We had a little bit of a light work day yesterday, and we were starting to journal and reflect a little bit. And there's a lot that our brains have to process. Human minds should not go through what these just went through, and it is a true gift. And we have a lot that we just need to think about and journal and write, and then we'll get the full feeling of what we just went through.
Take our last question here in the room. Go ahead.
Hello, Artemis crew. This is Rebecca Morell from BBC News. Now you're almost home. What will you miss most about being in space, and what won't you miss at all?
Well, first of all, thank you for that question. I will miss this camaraderie. I will miss being this close with this many people and having a common purpose, a common mission, getting to work on it hard every day across hundreds of thousands of miles with a team on the ground. This sense of teamwork is something that you don't usually get as an adult. I mean, we are close brothers and sisters. 100%. And that is a privilege we will never have again. I have to say, I don't think there's anything I would say I won't miss or that I'm just ready to be over, because this whole thing is a package. We can't explore deeper unless we are doing a few things that are inconvenient, unless we're making a few sacrifices, unless we're taking a few risks. And those things are all worth it.
All right, that's unfortunately all of the time we have for today. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, you have captivated the world through this mission. We're all watching, we're all cheering you on, and we can't wait to welcome you home in a few days. Thanks for joining.
It was great hearing your voice again, Courtney. Take care.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all the participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communications.
Houston Integrity for a quick, kind of a PAO item, but more of an item for the folks in the control room there.
Go ahead.
Do you have our video still?
We do.
I'm not sure if it made it in the handover, but this morning we were asked to go unpack a very special item, and we just wanted to we wanted to share it in that PO event. We just didn't get an opportunity to do so. So we were to share with you all because we need to share this. Like this has to be shared, right? So in Victor's hands here is the Apollo 18 flag that the agency asked to have put on board Artemis II so that it could take its rightful trip around the moon. And the four of us are just honored to have this here. We're honored that it is in our presence, and we are honored to carry the torch from Apollo through Skylab, through the space shuttle, through our beloved International Space Station, and now back further than humans have ever gone, around the far side of the moon, and safely home back to Houston. So we just wanted to share this with you because it needed to be shared. Thanks.
Carrying the torch indeed. Thank you for sharing it with us and the world, and we'll look forward to welcoming you and that flag back to Houston shortly.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
We have a quick follow-up question from that PAO event. We would love to know what you did to fix the stream when it briefly went out.
And we believe the battery died in the D5, and I set up the downlink, and I believe I saw 2 segments on the battery, so I'm not sure. I also saw another interesting signature on the microphone receiver. There is a red LED that says low battery, but it had 3 full segments. So I'm not sure if there's something else going on. There's something else going on, but we believe it was a battery dying. We switched the battery, turned the camera back on, went live view, and you got the audio and video back.
I would add, Jenny, that definitely for future Artemis missions, using the D5 on live view is probably not the ideal format. I think we knew that going into this, and we were just making it happen. But it is, these cameras get hot, they're chewing up batteries, and it's probably not the ideal source. It works, of course, great. We're very happy that we have this capability.
Yeah, we're tracking, and we could definitely see that. Thanks for letting us know.
Jenny, follow-on question for timeline. I see a Nat Geo card swap on my timeline around now, and I also had one earlier today at 6:20:30. I don't know if I have the one I'm on now or the earlier one, but did we indeed want 2 times to switch the Nat Geo cards today.
We're checking for you, Christina.
Hey, Jenny, one other thing is we've been having issues with our exercise recordings, and the initial thoughts are maybe it's the camera overheating. Again, I thought the battery was good enough to go through a PAO event, so maybe this is another instance of that. We did not turn it back on to see what the battery was. We just changed the battery and restarted it, but that's also a possible reason.
All right, we copy. Good to know.
Jenny, I have a question on the prop.smrcs page when you have a second.
Go ahead.
I am on prop.smrcs. The pressures look great, but I'm getting a weird signature on the helium high pressure crossover pyro, on the ox to fuel safe and the fuel to ox safe valves. Every once in a while, they'll pop up and either say error or armed, and then they go back to safe. Are y'all seeing that telemetry on the ground?
Reed, thanks for calling that down. We are not seeing that, so we will think about it a little bit more. I do have some results from that prop characterization test when you're ready.
And now Victor's come over to the displays, and he has been looking at these pretty intensely since we were on the launch pad, and he said this is not a new signature, that this has been occurring since since launch day. So basically since post-ascent, he has been seeing this similar signature. So he's just going to take a little video of it on his iPhone, and we'll get it to you later. So I'm a little bit less concerned about that now that he's been seeing it for a while. And then go ahead with the test.
Okay, copy. That certainly helps. Regarding the characterization test that we just initiated, we've noticed that on the SM aux branch 1, it has an increasing pressurization of the aux tank at a rate of 0.5 psi per hour. This is really the same behavior that we witnessed around TLI, and at this rate, we will hit the limit we set of 2 psi of pressure raise in 4 hours at 0800 MET right before your sleep. At that point, we will close that ISOL valve again, and that'll be the completion of the test. So we got some really good data that we will take back to the MMT.
That's outstanding. I am so glad you all decided to go chase us down and get the data that'll help out the future missions and help us correlate our pre-flight testing. So we are happy to be a part of that, and that also
we really appreciate the willingness to help. Thanks, crew.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the crew on board the Orion spacecraft named Integrity as it continues its return journey back to Earth with that splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th. The crew recently completed a public affairs downlink event with members of the media ahead of that splashdown. Following that public affairs event, the crew also showed a flag from Apollo 18, and this
we would like you to complete that, understanding it's the second one of the day, and it's to get us ready for tomorrow. Copy, thumbs up.
So again, the crew recently completed a public affairs event, and after that they displayed an Apollo 18 flag, and this is the American flag that would have been planted on the moon during Apollo 18 should that mission have occurred. It was on display in the NASA headquarters building in Washington, D.C. prior to this mission, and then it was flown as a part of this mission, and the crew shared that following that public affairs event. The crew is now continuing to work through the remainder of their tasks for the day before they head into their pre-sleep period in about an hour and a half from now. One of the items that Christina Cook specifically said she is working on is a card swap for a National Geographic activity. NASA had selected National Geographic to help tell the story of Artemis II, and it was...
Houston Integrity, Jenny, any chance I can start the umbilical cabin demo now? I'm happy to wait until timeline.
Reed, yes, you can begin that activity. And Reed, you can give me a thumbs up with this call. In step 2.1 of that procedure, we still will need to give you that MCC go. We need some configuration to complete on our side. Copy, thumbs up.
Again, some communication there between the crew on board the Orion spacecraft and the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control. The crew is working through the remainder of their activities for the day. Christina Cook is specifically working on a card swap related to a National Geographic activity. Following a competitive selection process ahead of the mission, NASA and National Geographic entered into a non-reimbursable Space Act agreement to collaborate on compact, lightweight audiovisual hardware to fly inside Orion and related support for this project. And then the call from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman a moment ago was related to an activity on his timeline related to some umbilical cabin ventilation. And this is a demonstration in which the crew will configure seat 2 inside the Orion spacecraft with the supply umbilical open to provide airflow directly into the cabin.
Integrity Houston for cabin fan RPM preference. Hey, Jeremy. Right now, your cabin fan is set to 7,000 RPM. At sleep, we normally set it for 8,000 RPM, but we can leave it where it is or even go down another 2,000 RPM in addition. We'd like to know your preference.
Okay, Jenny, we'll just go with what you've been doing nominally for sleep, so you can change it at that time to what you've had last night.
We'll go.
And Houston, just letting you know, for the umbilical cabin ventilation task, we are holding in step 2.1 for your go.
Copy. We'll let you know when you can continue. Integrity crew, you are go to continue in the umbilical procedure.
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 4 hours, and 56 minutes into the Artemis II mission. We are currently seeing a live look inside the Orion spacecraft cabin as the crew continues to work through their timelined activities for the day. Specifically, towards the middle portion of your screen, laying down a little bit, you can see a NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. He is currently working through an umbilical cabin demonstration, during which he is configuring the seat 2 and supply umbilical, opening it to provide airflow directly into the cabin. The objective of this demonstration is to configure that suit air umbilical to provide directed air into the cabin, so he is continuing to work through that objective. And then following completion of that, as well as a handful of other small tasks, the crew will move into their private medical conference, which wraps up most of the crew day before they head into pre-sleep. And during those private medical conferences, they have the opportunity to talk directly with their medical teams here on the ground. And then once they move into pre-sleep, that is when they are able to complete any hygiene activities, as well as eat their dinner and wind down for the day.
integrity for umbilical cabin ventilation.
Go ahead.
We're on step 2.3, and we have good airflow out of the seat 2 air umbilical.
Copy, Reed. That is a great demo. Thanks for reporting the results. We are go for you to deconfigure when you're ready in step 3.
Okay, picking up at step 3. Houston integrity for umbilical cabin ventilation, 1 comment.
Go ahead.
First, we're deconfiguration complete. I did a good FOD inspection. Everything looks really good. I would say if we are going to use the wire tie on the air umbilical, if this is a deep contingency, then that's an appropriate path forward. But if this is ever expected to be used during a mission, I would highly recommend we get some milled aluminum that creates a compression over that air umbilical plastic on that anodized aluminum of the air umbilical is extremely slippery, and I think we would very quickly just knock that zip tie off if the four of us were trying to maneuver around in a radiation shelter.
Copy. Thanks for the data.
Houston, we're going to terminate your video feed for a minute. We just need to pull some cables out.
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard some call downs from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, who you can see there on your screen. They did note that they are going to be moving the camera, currently providing these views, so we may lose those views momentarily. And recently, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman also confirmed to the ground that he had completed the umbilical cabin demonstration. This demonstration involved him configuring seat 2 on board the Orion spacecraft in order to open the supply umbilical to provide airflow directly into the cabin. The team had also called up a little bit earlier to confirm that they had completed the propulsion characterization test. Earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system and isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. And then since flight day 2, teams had been discussing that particular configuration and developed a test plan. And then after running that test plan through some simulators, they went ahead and decided to execute that test this evening. There was a desire to execute that test while the crew was awake and with the limited time remaining in the mission so that they can back up commands from Mission Control. So the best time to fit in that test to the plan was this evening, and they have confirmed that that test has been completed. This is Artemis Mission Control. Currently on your screen, you're seeing a live look of the exterior of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from one of the solar array wing cameras. And in the distance, you can also see a crescent Earth. Of course, that is the destination for the Orion spacecraft and its crew now that they are on the return journey portion of their trip. They are expected to splash down in about 1 day, 20 hours, and 17 minutes from now off the coast of California. The crew and the spacecraft are currently about 176,000 miles away from Earth and about 107,000 miles away from the Moon, and they are traveling at a velocity of about 2,200 miles per hour.
Integrity crew, when you are able, could you give us an indicator or an indication if you are bumping up against or touching the smoke detector in any way when you're over in that area of the cabin?
I think MCC reported some erroneous data yesterday. Maybe that's happening again. We had a towel over there, but we don't think we're bumping into it. Give us a couple more seconds because we need to grab a few more pictures, and then we'll try to get away from it for a minute.
And we don't have any concern. You guys can stay over there, keep taking your photos. We were just curious. Continue.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 5 hours.
All right, sounds good, Jenny. Yeah, we caught a view of Earth in window 1, and now we're completely distracted for a little bit. You guys are looking great.
Thanks. Yeah, we love that. We were just noticing it's really cool, actually. In the data that ECOM's seeing, they're seeing an indication on the smoke detector, and they think it's when the flash goes off. So we're just curious. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. That's interesting.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 5 hours, and 22 minutes into the Artemis II mission. You can see the crew there on your screen inside the Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew. They are currently capturing some images. It looks like they're capturing images of each other in front of one of the cabin windows with a view of Earth outside. And of course, we have been uploading and sharing imagery as we receive it from the crew. There on your screen from left to right, you can see NASA astronaut Christina Cook, NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. And it looked like Reed was trying to show off the image that he was capturing just now.
Wow, thank you for showing us that. That is so cool. We look like we're smiling at you, like a little Cheshire cat.
Yeah, that is exactly the same comment that we made, and then that's why we put Victor beside it for his smile, and took a picture of him there. His smile is as bright as your smile.
I believe it. Thank you.
Sunny 16 when you need to take a picture of a happy hike.
Now Ecom is as happy as the Earth.
And Houston, you're seeing a little bit of a CCU dump, yourselves, Crescent Earth, and a solar array. So it's a pretty sweet view out window one right now. I'll move over to the other window so you can see the full-scale dump in a second. I know you've seen it before with the saw cam.
This is great. We look great together. We see the blizzard. Cool. Thank you.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew providing us some first-hand footage there using the internal cameras inside of the Orion spacecraft. They were showing us a view of the moon out of one of the windows, and now they are showing a wastewater dump out of a different window.
Integrity, that was really cool. We are curious on the quantity of that. Was that the full bag that you're dumping, or is that a CCU?
That was a single CCU, well hydrated.
Very impressive. Good job. And Integrity crew, your email sync is complete, so you can go back hands-on email. But for Reed, we're looking for around 20 minutes to clean up from a power cycle on your PCD. Not urgent. Let us know when a good time is.
If you need my PCD, you can go on it now, please.
All right, we'll put it in work. 20 minutes. We'll let you know when we're complete.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. I have a special guest joining me here today. I have Dr. Corey Theriault, who is a principal investigator for the Artemis II Spaceflight Standard Measures Study. Thanks for joining us.
It's great to be here.
So coming up on Friday, April 10th, the crew will be splashing down off the coast of California. So once the astronauts land, what happens next for you?
Well, as we heard in the briefing earlier today, they are set for a nominal landing on the West Coast. Now, once they're there are medical teams ready to evaluate them. Crew health and their safety is our #1 priority. Once they get to the recovery ship, their flight surgeons will continue to monitor them. We will ask them to provide some biological samples, and then once they get a little bit of rest, they are going to come to land at the rally site, and at that point is where we really get to start doing some functional performance testing. So it's really important and critical for us to get access to the crew for this sort of functional testing as soon as possible. It allows us to understand how they were adapting to the spaceflight environment, but then also how they are readapting to a 1G environment. So that information will allow us to provide mission planners good information as to what we can realistically expect crew to do from a performance standpoint as they land on the lunar or Mars surface.
Okay, so let's dig into that a little bit more. Can you tell us more about your role in the Artemis II mission and your study specifically?
Yes, the Artemis II Spaceflight Standard Measures study is part of a much larger project supported by the NASA Human Research Program. Its goal is to collect a consistent set of standardized measures across multiple platforms. Examples of a platform is this Artemis mission. It's a very unique spaceflight mission profile. We heavily rely on crew that go aboard the ISS to conduct research for us. More recently, we've been involved in these private astronaut missions. While they're shorter in duration, it still allows us to get a wealth of knowledge. And then we also have ground analogs that we try to generate similar data. There are certain constraints to conducting human research in spaceflight, but we do our best to generate comparable measures. That way we can do a lot of pre-work on the ground. We can help test countermeasures before they go up on ISS. And then as far as this study, it's really complicated. It's what we call a multidisciplinary study, where we're trying to collect a snapshot of how the entire body is performing. We get information pre-flight to establish a baseline of performance, and then we want to look at them and monitor them immediately post-flight or as soon as we can, and then in the following days and weeks upon return. I mentioned the Human Research Program. In its mission statement, it notes the importance of maintaining crew health and performance, particularly during exploration class missions. And up until earlier this week, that was something we could look forward to the future, but now it's a reality. So that really stresses and highlights the importance of collecting this human data on these early Artemis missions that will help us plan for the future missions and boots on the surface of the moon and in the future Mars.
This week certainly has been historic, especially with that lunar flyby that we had just a couple of days ago. But looking forward to landing, you mentioned it a little bit, but what sorts of data will you be collecting as soon as the crew lands?
Right. The best analogy I can use is this study is similar to going to your doctor for your annual evaluations, where they monitor your heart rate, blood pressure. They collect blood and urine and do analysis of that to get a snapshot of how your body is functioning at that point in time. Standard Measures does something similar, but in a more complex research capacity. At landing site, what we call the rally site testing, we really look at their functional performance, how they are adapting to this 1G environment. So we get them to do tasks that seem very simple pre-flight, but can be very challenging immediately post-flight. One of the tests we do is a capsule egress, where we have a skeletonized mock-up of a capsule, where we ask the crew to set up a ladder, grab a pack, climb up the ladder, and act as if they're trying to egress out of a capsule. This is something they would have to do in an off-nominal situation. And it's interesting, the crew do comment how easy the task is pre-flight, but...
Use or CSTO is complete.
Copy.
And this is Artemis Mission Control. That call coming down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover as they continue through some of their final tasks for the day. They will be heading into their private medical conference here in about 5 minutes, and then after that they will begin preparing for sleep during their pre-sleep period. So again, we have Dr. Corey Theriault joining us here on console to discuss the Spaceflight Standard Measures study. So you were talking about some of the data you'll be collecting as soon as the crew lands.
Correct, and I was just explaining how the crew find it challenging to do a very simple task immediately post-flight. We also have a battery of sensory motor tests that again seem simple when I explain them, but can be quite challenging post-flight. Some of the things we ask them to do in this battery is walk a very brief obstacle course, and we have them do this on a gate map to where we can track their steps and look how straight they're walking, how quickly they turn, how they locomote over obstacles. We ask them to also do a tandem walk where, again, very simple. We ask them to walk forward 10 steps heel to toe, 1 foot in front of the other. We ask them to do this with eyes open, looking forward, but then also with their eyes closed. And as you can imagine, the latter can be quite challenging when the crew have just returned and they're a little disoriented. They haven't quite got their balance. There's an organ in the inner ear that really allows us to feel gravity, let us know what is up, what is down. Right now, they're floating around. They don't get that sensation. They don't get that input into the brain. And so it's really amazing how the human body can adapt to different environments. And this was one of those situations where they adapt just fine in flight, but when they come back, their brain is getting new signals that they have to get used to ingesting and how to process it. Another test that we do is a recovery from fall. It's an example of if the crew ended up on the ground and needed to get back up. We measure their cardiovascular system in real time while doing this, but we also monitor how long it takes them to stand up, and then also how stable they are. So this is monitoring their balance and cardiovascular system. If you look at the crew right now, you might notice their faces are a little puffy. And that's because there's a phenomenon called cephalid fluid shift. It's simply an increase in the amount of fluid in the head and neck regions. When they come back to Earth in 1G, we're sitting here. Everyone on Earth has gravity pulling fluid to the lower extremities when you're standing up. In space, that force goes away. One of the cool things in the way that the human body adapts is we have sensors in the arteries that go up to the brain that tells the body, hey, we have more blood volume than we need, and tells the body to excrete it. So that's an adaptation to spaceflight, but when you return back to the ground, you have to fluid load to have enough fluid for the cardiovascular system to function properly. That's one of the reasons we monitor the cardiovascular system in this test. It's really key that we can monitor not just when they immediately return, but then shortly after as well. So that's some of the testing we do at the rally site. And then they will come to JSE here, and then starting the next day, we start doing more tests. Sometimes we repeat these same tests to look at their recovery response over time. But then we also throw them a full gamut of additional tests, and I'd love to explain those as well if we have time.
Yeah, so you mentioned when they land, they go through a bunch of tests, and also the day after they land, there's some additional tests. But how long are you kind of monitoring the crews, and what are those additional tests and recovery steps?
Right. The key window is the first hours and days of return. That's when they're reacclimating to the 1G environment. That's where we can get a lot of good information to help the mission planners make reasonable assessments on what we can expect crew to do once landing on the surface of the moon. But then there's another component where we are monitoring their recovery to pre-flight baseline, and that's really important to understand just how long that takes. We are also conducting some research that's really key to
Houston, integrity for consumables.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jenny. Our remaining food bobs is about 5.5. Our canisters, 2 full, and we expect we will fill 1 more, and then we expect we will come home with an empty one per the timeline and procedures listed there. And then we have packed 9 trash bags, and we also have other trash in the trash JSBs like packaging material or used clothing. Any questions?
Good data. Thank you, Christina. Ivy is wondering how many future trash bags you will have.
Denny, I'll estimate 4 more, and we will need another recommended location to stow them. We are filled in our 3 dedicated trash bags at this time.
All right, we copy. Thank you, Christina. We will have a new location for you shortly. And while I have you, I have 2 questions for you. First of all, we'd love to know whether you had a chance to dump the contingency urine bag.
No, I figured I would do that later when I could use the camera that's streaming the cabin video to record a video of it, and that is because earlier today, I think on the previous orbit shift, we attempted to get a video of it, but it just so happened that the sun was out that window, and so the video was totally washed out. I thought I'd get you guys a nice video. But can you let me know if there's a timeline on that?
That sounds like a good plan for us, Christina. We just need it done before sleep today, so it's not done during the ranging pass tomorrow. So we like your plan. And then one more question for you. Tonight we need to, or we are planning to, reformat the cab cams. And when we do that, the little LEDs on those cameras will light up. We aren't recording or streaming, but we'd like to know if that would bother you, and if so, we will wave it off until crew wake.
Doesn't bother us at all. And I do have a question just for understanding on the dump. I thought that this dump would just be kind of like any CCU dump in terms of when it was allowed to happen. So are you just telling me that there's a time period tomorrow where we will be no dumps allowed?
Checking. And Christina, that's a negative. The CCUs will be go tomorrow. We just want to get this larger dump done today so that when we do ranging tomorrow, we can incorporate any perturbations that might be caused by the larger dump today.
Okay, copy that. I think we just wanted to make sure that you understand that all of our, I mean, you know, you got 4 people, and that is a lot. So, but understand we want the big one out the door early, and I will take care of that tonight.
Thanks. We appreciate it. Integrity crew, also want to let you know that your flight director conference this evening will be on VC if you would like some video with your friend Jeff.
And Jenny, I have some more consumables info for you from the consumables cue card as well as AGA readings when you're ready. And we are dialing for the PSC.
Ready for both.
Thank you. Okay, can I just report row numbers by letter?
We'll take letter and then number, yes.
Great. Row A, we have 3 packages remaining in stowage. Row B, 1. Row C, 3. Delta, 29. Echo, 1. Foxtrot, 1. Golf, 9. Hotel, 10. India, I think that's been reported elsewhere, so I won't interpret the 2x2 graph there. And 1 go back on line Echo. Although I said 1 remaining, we actually have 3 remaining unopened. It's just they were marked deployed because they were put in the hygiene bay, but we will need to find a spot to stow those.
We got it all, Christina. Thank you. Ready for AGA.
Yes, ma'am. CO2, 2.3. Oxygen, 21.8. 75.8 degrees and 14.65 psia.
Beautiful. Thank you, Christina. And one more note for you. PCD1 is go for use. Thanks.
Reed responds, quote, woohoo!
Copy.
This is Artemis Mission Control here in Houston, Texas. We just heard some communication there from NASA astronaut Christina Cook, currently on board the Orion spacecraft as it makes its way back home to Earth. She was reporting on some consumable numbers as well as referencing the location of some of the bobs, which are the bulk overwrap bags, which store the food that is on the Orion spacecraft. And then she also reported some of the AGA readings, and that refers to an anomaly gas analyzer, which is a laser-based instrument that detects trace contaminants on board the Orion spacecraft, as well as the levels of things such as the oxygen and carbon dioxide. Here in Mission Control, I have Dr. Corey Theriault, who is the principal investigator for the Artemis II Spaceflight Standard Measures study. You were discussing some of the things that you monitor a few days after the crew returns back home to Earth.
That's when the fun begins. Once we get them back to JSE, they joke how they're pin cushions. We really do really push them to collect as much data as we can. There's a lot of medical evaluations that continue in the weeks and months that follow return. Standard measures specifically really gets a lot of information from collecting biological samples. That includes blood, urine, body swabs, saliva. Blood is a great tool for us. We can monitor their crew's nutritional status, their vitamin status. Blood contains biomarkers of cardiovascular health, bone health, muscle health. Urine is really key for us to track renal health. It can give us insights to bone loss through excretion of calcium. It can also provide information about risk of renal stones. We collect body swabs to monitor the microbial population on the human body, something called the microbiome. We see on ISS that this can change over time, so we like to monitor that as well. They're in a closed environment. It's a unique environment, so we are really interested in how the microbiome may change in that environment. And then I've also mentioned the functional performance task once we get them back to JSE here in Building 21, which houses the Human Health and Performance Directorate. we have a ton of stuff that we can do. I'll explain just a couple which I think are really cool. For Artemis II, we have them perform what's called a closed-loop nulling task, where we have the crew inside of a mock lunar lander with controls. Their objective is to maintain an upright posture. We have screens in front of them that are showing a lunar terrain that as this platform moves to the left and right, so does the terrain, and their goal is to cancel out or null those movements and keep the platform in an upright posture. So that's the baseline measure, and then we try to trick them a little bit. So we have these dots that could be lunar dust that interferes with what they're seeing. So they have to rely more on their vestibular system and their sense of the gravity. And then we also ask them to do it with their eyes closed, where they really have to, that they no longer can rely on their eyes. So we're trying to understand, do some individuals rely on vision more so than information coming from their inner ear and what they feel as upright posture. Something else that we will have them do on one of the first days that they return is we will put them in a pressurized EVA suit and ask them to do planetary EVA activities. If you think about first time we're going to put boots on the lunar surface, the crew will have to work pretty quickly to establish a base. So we have them perform some of those similar tasks. Yes. Examples of what we ask them to do is egress a capsule, collect or connect umbilical cords, move packs around. We also have them do geology tasks. In the facility that we're doing this, we also have a very unique treadmill where we can have them walk uphill or downhill, different speeds, to see what works for crew. The cool thing is this is done in what's called the Argos facility. It's an offloading system where we can provide different gravities. In this case, we're going to use lunar gravity for them to perform these tests. And the whole time we're monitoring their oxygen consumption and CO2 output, so we can see what their metabolic expenditure is. This is key. So if crew have to work hard, we need to understand just how far we can push them before they become fatigued. That's really critical information for Artemis IV and beyond. We also have a repeat of a lot of the sensory motor tasks that I mentioned before. We do these again on day 4 and again on day 9. Generally, somewhere within that first week, most crew come back to pre-flight baselines, but we want to monitor that. So we're really excited to get them back here, and we have a whole team in Building 21 here at JSC that are super excited to get to work with the crew and see how they perform after this amazing mission.
So Artemis II is not the first time that y'all have tracked standard measures. So standard measures has also been done on the International Space Station. So can you kind of talk about the importance of capturing these measures and this human research across different mission profiles?
Certainly. You're absolutely right. As I mentioned earlier, this Artemis spaceflight standard measure study is part of a much larger project, much larger endeavor. And we heavily rely on ISS participation to collect these similar measures. On ISS, as we know, the nominal mission is approximately 6 months. Occasionally, some crew members get to stay closer to a year. A few have gone beyond that. But by having these shorter duration missions, these medium 6-month duration missions, and a few longer extended duration missions, we hope to generate enough data to extrapolate beyond that and to provide good information for a 3+ year Mars mission. That's a big unknown right now. So some of these responses to spaceflight occur early, within days and weeks. Some take months to occur, and so it's really critical to collect as much information as we can across different mission profiles, across different platforms, to give us the best chance of understanding what we should expect from a very long-term stay in space.
Well, this has been fascinating, but to round it all out, can you tell us a little bit about how you are feeling for this mission so far and your role in it?
I'm super excited, extremely grateful to have this opportunity. We're conducting human research on humans that went around the moon. It's absolutely amazing. I really need to take a moment to thank all of the subject matter experts, the test operators, the science integrators within the Human Health and Performance Directorate here, as well as the support from the NASA Human Research Program that enables this research not just on Artemis, but on ISS and across many of our other platforms. So again, I'm just super excited. Can't wait for the crew to get home and we can start looking at generating all of this post-flight data, see how they respond, and go from there to help inform future Artemis missions.
Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us. Again, this was Dr. Corey Theriault, Principal Investigator for the Artemis II Spaceflight Standard Measures Study. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
you guys are coming over Orion to Earth.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Currently on your screen on the left-hand side, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from the solar array wing cameras. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently completing a private medical conference. This is a standard conference that takes place towards the end of every flight day with the medical teams on the ground. And then shortly after that conference is complete, they will be moving into a private flight director conference where they will be able to discuss with the flight director here in the room the current vehicle status, as well along with any comments, questions, concerns they have of the days ahead. On the right-hand side of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which provides a visualization and updates of the velocity as well as the distance from Earth and the Moon of the Orion spacecraft. So the Orion spacecraft and its crew are currently on the return leg of their journey with an expected splashdown on Friday, April 10th. They are currently traveling about 2,200 miles per hour and are about 173,000 miles away from their destination, planet Earth. We recently had Dr. Corey Theriault, Principal Investigator for the Artemis II Spaceflight Standard Measure Study, join us on console. The study is a new branch of the ongoing Spaceflight Standard Measures experiment conducted in a variety of spaceflight mission environments, including the International Space Station. It is similarly collecting a standardized set of measurements spanning multiple physiological systems to provide a comprehensive snapshot of how spaceflight affects the human body.
Integrity Crew, Houston. OE2 is privatized for Victor's Crew Preference Conference.
Okay, I'm simulcasting on OE1 and 2. We are on for the Crew Preference Conference. Switching over to OE2.
Copy.
And that call up to the crew, specifically NASA astronaut Victor Glover, to let him know that they are configured for an upcoming crew preference conference. Often these are to be able to speak directly with friends and family on the ground. And this comes following that private medical conference as well as the private flight director conference that have recently taken place to round out the crew day. So earlier we had Dr. Corey Theriault, Principal Investigator for the Artemis II Spaceflight Standard Measures Study, join us on console. This study is a new branch of the ongoing Spaceflight Standard Measures experiment conducted in a variety of spaceflight environments, including the International Space Station. Let's take a moment to learn a little bit more about this study.
You know how your doctor always checks your heart rate, blood pressure, and other vital signs? NASA collects similar measurements on as many astronauts as possible, and that includes the Artemis II crew flying around the moon. These measurements belong to a study called Spaceflight Standard Measures. Comparing information gathered from astronauts before, during, and after spaceflight provides a window into what happens to the human body in space. On their trek aboard the Orion spacecraft, Artemis crew members will track their nutrition, heart health, and immune system, while MRI scans pre- and post-launch will peek inside their eyes and brain. The crew will also participate in tests examining balance, muscle performance, motion sickness, and changes in their microbiome. Since 2018, NASA has been gathering standard measures like these from crews and Earth-based analogs and aboard the International Space Station. But Artemis II will be the first to provide these measurements in deep space. After returning from their mission, the crew will move through obstacle courses. They'll exit a mock capsule and conduct simulated moonwalk activities in a pressurized spacesuit, including practicing walking, using a ladder, connecting tubes to the capsule, carrying bulky objects, and more. Why? Some astronauts feel dizzy, unsteady, and nauseated post-flight, but scientists want to know how soon after landing on the moon could astronauts carry out mission-critical tasks and what workloads they could handle before fatigue sets in. By understanding how deep space travel affects the human body, NASA can take steps towards sending future astronauts to the surface of the moon, Mars, and beyond.
Again, that video providing a little bit more information on the spaceflight standard measurements experiment being conducted as a part of the Artemis II mission. So as part of this study, they're collecting a standardized set of measurements spanning multiple physiological systems, provide a comprehensive snapshot of how spaceflight affects the human body. Scientists who tap into this data set will gain insight into how isolation, confinement, weightlessness, and other space hazards affect human health and performance before, during, and after spaceflight. This new branch of work will help deepen our understanding of how spaceflight exploration beyond low Earth orbit affects human health and performance.
Integrity on 1. We are complete with the conference, and good night, number 1.
I just heard about you guys counting good nights, and I really like it. Before we say good night number 2, I have a couple of items for you. Let me know when you're ready.
Now we're used to it. We like this game. Okay, a couple items for us. We are ready. Go ahead, Jenny.
All right, here we go. First of all, you have a reduced motion block on your crew band, and the time of that reduced motion block has moved. It is now at MET 7 hours, 15 minutes to 45 minutes. And that is a modal survey for solar array reaction to thruster firings. Second up, we have that next trash location if you want it now. If not, I'll put it in the mission summary for tomorrow. And then finally, we need that dock cam powered before bedtime. That's all for now.
Okay, docking cam is in work right now, and we would like that location for trash in the mission summary, please. And we see the reduced motion block, and we will make sure that we are being quiescent. Thank you.
Copy, Victor, and that reduced motion block has moved. It's now at hour 7, 15 minutes to 45 minutes, so a different time than on your crew band.
Oh, I copy that. 7:15 to 7:45. Is that what it is? 7:15 to 7:45.
Yep, that's
Over.
right.
Okay, we copy that. The whole crew knows 7:15, 7:45.
All right, thank you, Victor. Good night, too.
Thank you, Jenny. Good night, number 2.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We're currently 7 days, 6 hours, and 40 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The crew is on the return leg of their journey following a lunar flyby on flight day 6, which was Monday, April 6th. Splashdown is targeted off the coast of California on Friday, April 10th. The crew is now moving into their pre-sleep period. In this pre-sleep period, which lasts about 2.5 hours, the crew has the opportunity to eat dinner and complete any needed hygiene activities and wind down for the day. Prior to heading into this pre-sleep period, the crew completed a few private conferences, one with the medical teams on the ground. They had another private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control. And then Victor had the opportunity to have a crew preference conference as well. And then right before heading into that pre-sleep period, they had a short conversation with the Capcom or capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for Orbit 2 is Ginny Gibbons, who is also a Canadian Space Agency astronaut and was a backup for the Artemis II crew. During that brief conversation, they were just discussing some final items before the crew heads to that pre-sleep period, including some stowage and trash locations, and a reminder to keep the docking camera powered ahead of that sleep period. Now, on the menu for dinner tonight, the crew has several different options, including vegetarian vegetable soup, sweet and sour chicken, noodles and chicken, a vegetable casserole, braised red cabbage, chicken fajitas, spaghetti with meat sauce, black beans, and southwestern corn. The food for the mission is prepared by the Space Food Systems Laboratory here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas.
Houston Integrity Dock camera should be installed and powered.
Read Houston copies. Give us a second to make sure we see the right data. Integrity Houston, sorry for the delay. We have what we need on the ground. Thank you for setting up the power.
All righty, Fiona, thank you very much.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard confirmation called down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft that docking camera was set up ahead of their pre-sleep period. They were setting up that docking camera for a developmental flight test objective that will take place during the crew's sleep, performed here by teams on the ground. This is specifically a docking camera pressure and thermal developmental flight test objective, or DFTO. And through this objective, they are evaluating the cabin pressure and thermal impacts on docking camera misalignment.
Houston, integrity for message 3.8.6. That is complete. And I'm sorry for what I did to RTC2.
We copy and we forgive you. Good night, 3.
Good night, 3.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You are currently seeing a look at a visualization which is provided by the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website. This website is available throughout the mission at nasa.gov/trackartemis, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently in their pre-sleep period. During this portion of time, they have the opportunity to eat dinner and complete any hygiene activities ahead of sleep, and they will be heading to sleep in about an hour from now. Throughout the day, the crew completed several activities. For the first portion of their day, they focused on a orthostatic intolerance garment developmental flight test objective, or DFTO. During this objective, all 4 crew members took turns testing and evaluating the orthostatic intolerance garment, which is worn under the Orion Cruise Survival System suit, which is those orange suits that are worn during dynamic phases of the mission, such as launch and re-entry. These orthostatic intolerance garments help astronauts maintain blood pressure and circulation during their transition back to Earth's gravity. After an extended time in microgravity, some astronauts experience what is known as orthostatic intolerance, which is a condition that can make it difficult to stand upright without dizziness or fainting. By using this garment, it applies lower body compression to counteract this effect and support a safe return. Following that developmental flight test objective, the crew then had the opportunity to have their midday meal, and the crew also completed their daily exercise using the flywheel exercise device. The flywheel is about the size of an extra large shoebox, and it enables the crew to complete both aerobic and resistive types of exercise. The crew, namely CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, also completed a public affairs event for the Canadian Space Agency. And then in the second portion of their day, they completed a prop system characterization test. During this prop characterization test, which was mostly performed by teams on the ground, they just wanted the crew to be awake during the test should any commanding be needed. But earlier in the mission, the team had observed a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the Orion spacecraft's service module's propulsion system and had subsequently isolated a branch of the oxygen pressurization system. And when branch 1 was isolated, the ox tank pressure increase halted and those pressures had steadied out. But teams have since been discussing that configuration, since that took place on flight day 2, and developed a test plan to further understand the ox pressures when branch 1 is available for pressure control. So after running that test plan through some simulations, the team decided to execute that test this evening. And with the limited time remaining in the mission and a desire to execute this test while the crew was awake, the best time to fit in the test was in this evening's schedule. So as a result, they did have to cancel the second part of a manual piloting developmental flight test objective. The first portion of this manual piloting test objective was completed on flight day 4, during which the crew had the opportunity to manually pilot the spacecraft to compare 6 degrees of freedom and 3 degrees of freedom control on the spacecraft. Later in the day, the crew completed a second public affairs event where they answered questions from members of the media ahead of their splashdown, which is targeted for Friday, April 10th. And then after all that was completed, they just had a handful of small activities to complete, and they had begun some of the stowage and cabin configurations in advance of re-entry and splashdown on Friday. Again, the crew is now in their pre-sleep period, where they will remain for about another hour before they head off to sleep. Tomorrow on flight day 9, the crew will begin their day with some cabin configuration preparation for entry and splashdown. And during this time, the crew and flight control teams will begin preparing the cabin, By stowing some equipment, the crew will also install their seats and ensure all items are secured for re-entry. Following some of that cabin configuration, the crew will then have the opportunity to complete some entry preparation studying. So they will have the opportunity to study their entry procedures ahead of splashdown, and then following that study session, the crew will have an entry pre-brief with the teams on the ground. And during that conference between the flight director here in Mission Control and the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, they will be able to discuss the status of the Orion spacecraft and also answer any crew questions based on the entry prep study that they will have completed prior to this pre-brief. They will also discuss the latest weather status and the status of the recovery teams preparing off the coast of California. Also on the timeline for tomorrow on flight day 9, there is a second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2 burn. This is a small burn to further fine-tune the trajectory of the Orion spacecraft. The first of these return trajectory correction burns was completed yesterday on flight day 7. And there are 3 total planned return trajectory correction burns. So the one taking place tomorrow on flight day 9 is the second of those 3, and then the final in that trio of burns is scheduled to take place about 5 hours prior to entry face on Friday, April 10th.
Houston integrity for PAO.
Go ahead.
The PAO images for today are on PCD2, and then there's a separate folder, special or specific one for CSA and Yves Belanger.
Copy. We'll make sure they end up in the right spot. Thanks, Jeremy.
Okay. Great hearing you today.
Thanks, bud. You too.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You just heard some communication there between CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. He was calling down to Mission Control, specifically the Capcom or capsule communicator, which for the Orbit 2 shift currently on console is Ginny Gibbons, who is a fellow Canadian Space Agency astronaut and was also a backup for the Artemis II mission. He was calling down regarding a downlink of some imagery, and you heard them reference PCDs. That refers to the crew's portable computing devices, which are basically the tablets that they are able to reference various procedures as well as their timeline, and can also transfer data to and from. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. On the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. The Orion spacecraft is currently completing a small attitude maneuver as part of a solar array wing modal survey that the teams on the ground were completing. This survey was being conducted in order to gather data on the solar array structural models as part of a developmental flight test objective.
Houston Integrity for one request.
We're here for your request.
Hey, we have a little tradition between some of the newer astronaut classes. It's called LUFA, League of the Unflown Astronauts, and Jeremy has officially crossed his name off of the patch here that we have on Integrity. And we were wondering if you could just call over to the Capcom at the White Vicar and make sure at morning DPC or evening DPC tomorrow, they request that the International Space Station crew please go to the U.S. lab and remove Jeremy's name from the LUFA patch. We would appreciate that.
I'm sure we can make that happen for you guys. Thanks for giving us a call.
All right, thank you very much. Good night.
Good night. 3, 4, maybe 5.
Jenny, we didn't know it was still you on Capcom, so I know you understand, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard a call down from the crew on board the Orion spacecraft, the first call coming from NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. He made a note that they had gone ahead and crossed off CSA, or Canadian Space Agency, astronaut Jeremy Hansen's name from a patch to signify that he is now officially a flown astronaut, and made a request to send that over to the International Space Station Flight Control Room and their Capcom inside that flight control room just down the hallway to have that name removed also on the International Space Station version of the patch. And Jeremy Hansen was the only first-time flyer as a part of the Artemis II mission. The 3 other crew members, which are NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, have all previously flown on missions to the International Space Station, so they're veteran flyers. But this was the first mission for Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, and that request to just signify that he is now officially a flown astronaut, having flown on this Artemis II mission. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a live view of the Orion spacecraft on the left-hand side of your screen. That view coming to you from one of the 4 solar array wing cameras. Each of the solar array wings has a camera affixed to it that helps to provide some of these live views throughout the mission. The crew on board that Orion spacecraft, which was named Integrity by its crew, is currently at the tail end of their pre-sleep period, so that they will be heading off to bed here shortly. And then they will remain asleep for about 8.5 hours, and that will round out flight day 8. Heading into flight day 9, a lot of their focus will turn to entry preparations ahead of that splashdown on Friday, April 10th. The entry flight control team will begin their first on-console shift during flight day 9 tomorrow as they prepare for entry and splashdown on flight day 10. During that entry shift, the crew and flight control teams will begin preparing the cabin of the Orion spacecraft and studying entry procedures ahead of splashdown. The crew will also start stowing equipment and installing their seats to ensure all items are secured for re-entry. And then looking ahead to flight day 10, which is the final flight day of the mission, Orion will perform its third and final return trajectory correction burn about 5 hours before entry interface takes place. And then roughly 2 hours later, the crew will begin working through their entry checklist and don their orange Orion crew survival system suits. About 20 minutes before entry interface takes place, Orion's crew and service modules will separate, followed by the crew module raise burn, and then entry interface will occur approximately 400,000 feet above the Earth. And then at 36,000 feet, the forward bay cover will deploy. And once the Orion spacecraft reaches about 25,000 feet, the drogue parachutes will deploy, followed by the pilot parachutes deploying at about 9,500 feet, which will pull out the 3 main parachutes. Splashdown off the coast of San Diego, California is expected around 7:07 p.m. Central, 8:07 p.m. Eastern on Friday, April 10th. After splashdown, the team will then safe the crew module reaction control system and complete the final power down of the spacecraft, and we expect the crew to be aboard the recovery ship within about 2 hours following splashdown. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The crew recently entered their sleep period to round out flight day 8. Throughout the day, the crew spent the first portion of their day focused on some orthostatic intolerance garment testing, during which they took turns testing and evaluating that garment, which is worn under the Orion Crew Survival System suits to help maintain blood pressure and circulation during the transition back to Earth's gravity. They also took the time to complete their daily exercise using the flywheel exercise device, which is a cable-based system about the size of an extra-large shoebox that supports both aerobic workouts such as rowing, as well as resistive exercises such as squats and deadlifts. During the second half of their day, after their midday meal, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen completed a public affairs event for the Canadian Space Agency, and then they completed a propulsion system test. This was following a pressure increase that was observed earlier in the mission in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system. The test was done while the crew was awake so that they can back up any commands from mission control. So they ended up doing that test in the second half of the crew's day, and they took off a few of the activities that were originally planned for the day, including the second part of a manual piloting developmental flight test objective, the first part of which was completed during flight day 4 earlier in the mission. Also, in the second half of the day, the crew completed another public affairs downlink event with members of the media ahead of their splashdown targeted for Friday, April 10th. Looking ahead to tomorrow on flight day 9, the crew will mostly be focused on entry preparation. They will begin stowing items on the spacecraft. They will also be studying their entry procedures ahead of splashdown, and will have a entry pre-brief conference with the flight director and mission control. The entry flight control team will come on shift during the Orbit 1 shift tomorrow, and that team is going to be led by NASA Flight Director Rick Henfling, who is the lead entry flight director for the Artemis II mission. Currently on your screen, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. That spacecraft named Integrity by its crew. The spacecraft is currently about 168,000 miles away from the Earth and about 113,000 miles away from the Moon. They are traveling at a velocity of about 2,300 miles per hour. Again, the crew on board the spacecraft has now entered into their sleep period. The crew includes NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman, who is serving as the Artemis II commander. He's originally from Baltimore. This is his second space flight, as he previously traveled to space once before as a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station. Joining Reed as the pilot is NASA astronaut Victor Glover. He's originally from California, and he's also been to space before. His first trip to space was in November of 2020 as part of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. Then there are 2 mission specialists also on board the Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis II mission, and that includes NASA astronaut Christina Cook, and she also served as a flight engineer on the International Space Station previously, back in March of 2019 through February of 2020, during which she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. And then the fourth and final crew member currently on board that Orion spacecraft as part of the Artemis II mission is first-time flyer Jeremy Hansen from the Canadian Space Agency. He's originally from London, Ontario, Canada, and was selected as an astronaut by the Canadian Space Agency in 2009. And there on your screen, you can see a photo of all 4 of those crew members currently on board the Orion spacecraft, again as part of that Artemis II mission, which lifted off from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st at 5:35 p.m. Central, 6:35 p.m. Eastern. Following that liftoff, we are now at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 8 hours, and 32 minutes and counting. Again, we expect that re-entry and splashdown to take place on Friday, April 10th. Splashdown is targeted off the coast of San Diego, California at about 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, which is about 1 day, 16 hours, and 58 minutes from now. Also on your screen, you can see the Artemis II patch. That mission patch was designed by the Artemis II crew members, and it signifies Mission for All, and it also is a nod to the Apollo 8 patch. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 8 hours, and 54 minutes into the Artemis II mission. Currently on your screen, you can see a visualization from the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/trackartemis. This provides an update on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and the Moon during its journey around the Moon and back. We are currently on the return leg of the journey with a splashdown expected on Friday, April 10th around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern. Currently on board the Orion spacecraft, the crew, which is comprised of NASA astronauts Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, and Christina Cook, alongside Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen, are currently in their sleep period, where they will remain for the next about 7 hours before they will begin Flight Day 9. Currently here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is wrapping up their shift, and the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers is currently coming on console to complete a handover period. The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has been led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Orbit 3 team coming on console now will be led by Flight Director Ron Spencer. Throughout the duration of the Artemis II mission, the Artemis Flight Control Room here in Houston, Texas is staffed 24/7 to provide continuous support and coverage for the Orion spacecraft, its systems, and of course the crew on board. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 9 hours, and 23 minutes into the Artemis II mission. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently in their sleep period, rounding out flight day 8. Earlier in the day on flight day 8, the crew spent a good portion of their morning completing an orthostatic intolerance garment testing. This was part of a flight test objective, so they would put on the garment worn under their Orion Crew Survival System suit, which helps the astronauts maintain their blood pressure and circulation during the transit back to Earth's gravity. Following the completion of that flight test objective, the crew then had their midday meal, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen completed a public affairs event, and then the second portion of their day, teams on the ground ended up running a test on the propulsion system. This was to gather some data related to a pressure increase in the oxygen manifold of the service module's propulsion system that had been previously observed earlier in the mission. So during the evening portion of the crew's day, they executed the test while the crew was awake so that they were able to back up any commands from mission control as needed. The crew then completed another public affairs event with members of the media ahead of their splashdown, targeted for Friday, April 10th off the coast of San Diego, California. And then they started to do some stowage activities in preparation for that re-entry and splashdown before heading into their pre-sleep period. And now they are in their sleep period where they remain. With that, let's go ahead and take a look at the flight day highlights from flight day 8.
Good morning from Mission Control Houston here in the Artemis Flight Control Room at the Johnson Space Center. We are coming to you live with our 24/7 continuous coverage of the Artemis II mission. At a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 14 hours, 51 minutes and counting, I have here beside me Andre Douglas, NASA astronaut, and also Capcom Artemis II crew backup member. You have several job titles.
Yes, I do. It's quite an honor.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Can you tell us a little bit? You've been kind of a jack of all trades for this mission. Tell us, I saw you closeout crew. I've been seeing you here on console. You've trained with the crew. Tell us what you've been up to over the course of the mission.
Yeah, so primary job has been Artemis II backup crew. It's been really fun. We do all the different systems training. We do all the different module and everything training. It's great. So, some of the things we do is go out to the field and we do geology, and it's actually been a lot of fun going out to Iceland and just experiencing the beauty of the country and learning about rocks, and so that's been amazing. In addition to that, the closeout crew job has been awesome. We work with the Exploration Ground Systems group, and the whole purpose of closeout crew is to make sure we close the module out, to make sure that we can rescue the crew, to make sure we understand the emergency escape baskets, all of that stuff. It's been exciting, and in addition to that, working on Capcom console, trying to understand what's going on here in MCC, and making sure we interact with all the different disciplines and great things that we do. So it's been awesome. And I'll tie this back to the science. One of the things that's very cool about what we're doing is, for the moon and collecting observations, there is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter that takes pictures around the moon, right? And when we get that, it's a string of images that's going on the longitude, slowly rotating about the axis, and we can't see necessarily that overall view of the moon shot, right? So now we have a flyby with humans that can get and really use their own minds to figure out what angles are great and when to zoom in, when to not. And we can combine the data from LRO, the orbiter, and now these photos, and now we have this much more complete picture. So just extrapolate that concept out to what would Mars be like, and even the base. When you have these different views, you really get an understanding of perspective. Because one of the things on the moon that the crew talked about was, man, looking at this from a 3D perspective, it really pops out. And you see that at Earth when you're on ISS and you're looking at cloud formations, or you're looking at hurricanes. When they're flying by, every 90 minutes, they can kind of see how that's changing at an angle. And that's just something that is really hard to describe, and you also might see phenomenon that it's hard to see from a 2D perspective or a timestamp perspective. So again, with Moon to Mars and being able to put all of these assets together, that's going to give us that just ultimate view, and both spatially and temporally. It's pretty exciting.
I'm excited, and I'm excited for what the future holds. This mission, I don't know about you, but for me, it's been phenomenal to see the images coming down, to see all of the burns, the crew happy, the eclipse glasses. I loved it.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Your friends and colleagues at the Canadian Space Agency wish you another great day on your voyage. Canadians everywhere are inspired by your journey, and we're with you every step of the way. Let's go.
You're looking live at a view inside the Orion spacecraft, now on flight day 8 into the first flight of astronauts aboard Orion. All 4 crew members are just wrapping up their post-sleep period, getting ready for the day and getting ready for their daily planning conference. We're expecting that here momentarily when they'll talk down with teams in Mission Control Houston, getting an update on their systems aboard the spacecraft, any plans for today, and asking and answering any questions. Again, some of the activities we expect the crew to participate in today include putting on and measuring for their orthostatic intolerance garments, or OIGs. They'll also get in some exercise, and we will see them in a couple of public affairs events as well. This is Artemis Mission Control. You're looking at a live view inside the Orion spacecraft of our crew on the Artemis II mission. Now a mission elapsed time of 6 days, 19 hours, and 30 minutes. The crew woke up at 10:30 a.m. Central Time today, just completed their post-sleep period and their DPC, their daily planning conference.
Houston Integrity, the CUD valve is closed. We have a good view out the windows. Our crew camera view is only so-so, and I'm waiting on your go. I will stop recording.
Roger, and the SAW view is breathtaking.
We love a good blizzard.
The less said about the snow, the better.
Houston Integrity, we are waving at you out of window 2. It's a beautiful blue little crescent out there.
Thank you. We can't quite make you out, but we appreciate the thought.
We're working on changing that. Thank you, Stan. And while I have you, can we do another jump just for purposes?
Yes, you may.
This time.
Please do.
Thank you, sir.
That was NASA astronaut Christina Cook reporting to Capcom Stan Love and all of us here on the Earth that outside the windows of Orion, she can see us right now. Of course, this is a view looking back on the spacecraft from a camera mounted on one of its solar array wings. We've been getting beautiful views of both the moon and the Earth, as well as incredible views of life inside the spacecraft. You can find all of those on images.nasa.gov, and make sure you follow NASA and at NASA Artemis on social media to make sure you don't miss a thing.
We got so much going on. I feel like we're on the International Space Station right now. This is an awesome day here. Hey, can you confirm this is my final exercise of the mission? It'll just help me with stowage management.
Reed, that's correct.
Okay, thanks, Dan.
And for what it's worth, today's exercise is the last exercise for all crew members. Starting tomorrow, we will not have the time. Integrity Houston for optical comm.
Go ahead, Stan.
Okay, Reed, long story here. We are still not locked up on optical comm. We suspect solar array blockage. So between exercise sessions, between when you're done and Christina starts, we want to put a 25-degree roll on the vehicle, be about a 1-minute maneuver to an attitude where we think optical comm can see the ground terminal. Now, when we do that roll, we will have only one phased array antenna pointed at Canberra. So if that antenna fails, we'll lose comm, and a string swap will not recover it. So if we lose comm while we're in that attitude, you will have to maneuver the vehicle back to bias tail to sun, where a second antenna will be available. And I have a procedure number and some check MCC numbers when you're ready to copy.
I am complete with exercise, so you can start that team working in that direction. Go ahead, Stan.
You can see some of those maneuvers happening right now, again targeting to sync up with OpComm, the optical communications. This is a live view from the spacecraft looking at the service module. This video coming from a camera mounted on the tip of Orion's solar array wing. There are 4 solar arrays. Each solar array could panel 2 3-bedroom homes.
Integrity maneuver and damping complete. We are go for crew exercise.
All right, we copy. Thanks, Dan. The flywheel team, this is a great device. We really enjoyed it in this small cabin. It's perfect, and it gave us a lot of good opportunity to get our heart rate up and also get some great resistance exercise. So we just wanted to shout out a nice thank you. Here we go. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the words and the cheers.
That was Commander Reed Wiseman calling down that they have finished exercise for the mission, and that's worth celebrating.
Integrity Houston, no action on the enabled caution. That's part of our cabin repress. It should clear on its own soon.
Copy. Thanks, Dan.
NASA astronaut and capsule communicator Stan Love calling to the crew aboard the Orion spacecraft. They received a caution about their cabin pressure. However, it will clear out on its own after the oxygen levels out inside the cabin. We are currently repressurizing Orion. There was a demonstration flight test objective to have the cabin pressure at 10.2 psi. That repressurization has been going on for about an hour and a half now, and the pressure is currently at 13.27. We're currently at a mission elapsed time of 7 days and 6 minutes, meaning it has officially been a week since Orion launched to fly around the moon and come back home to Earth, targeting that splashdown in 2 days, 1 hour, 25 minutes in the Pacific Ocean. We do expect to see the crew and hear from them shortly during the Canadian Space Agency Public Affairs event. That'll be in about 40 minutes.
He hears us.
We got you loud and clear, Josh. Great to hear your voice. We got Jenny on Capcom, and it's great to have you on board Integrity. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, guys. We're good? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jeremy, and to your crew aboard, we have a very special guest tonight who would like to say a few words to you. And so, c'est avec grand plaisir que je passe la parole au très honorable Mark Carney, Premier Ministre du Canada.
Merci beaucoup, Joshua. Et tout d'abord, Jeremy, je veux commencer en français parce que tous les Canadiens et Canadiens sont tellement fiers de vous pour bien des raisons. Mais c'était incroyable de vous entendre parler français pour la première fois dans l'espace. And as I say, Canadians are so proud of what you're doing and the collaboration. And I just want to have a chance, if I may. I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled to be speaking with you, Jeremy, and the crew. We've all been watching and inspired.
Yeah, Integrity Houston, cabin repress is complete, 14-7, and we'll stay that way for the rest of the mission.
Stan, we definitely appreciate that, and you should probably just carry a note forward for future Artemis missions. If you do a large repress like that, there are certain things, such as CCUs, that collapse pretty significantly during that, no damage, but there are some things that we probably would want to vent along the way as we come back in pressure.
Received loud and clear, Reed. We'll take that note.
That was Commander Reed Wiseman calling down to the ground. We did conduct the cabin repressurization today. The cabin pressure was kept at 10.2 psi for an extended period of time as part of a test aboard the spacecraft, as this is a test flight, the first flight of humans aboard Orion. Everything we learn is helping us prepare for future missions.
Houston Integrity, call in the blind from a Peltor, and just doing a test for the Peltor noise reduction flexible activity. These actually work really well. We have 3 crew members on Peltors, 1 in the toilet, and we're using the Bluetooth feature to talk between them, and they sound really good. Noise canceling makes them very quiet, and then talking to each other with push-to-talk on the headsets.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You just heard NASA astronaut Victor Glover call down from the Orion spacecraft. You can see a live view of that Orion spacecraft. He noted that he was making a call in the blind, which means that he knows that the team here cannot respond to that call because we are currently in a forward link loss of signal. This is Artemis Mission Control. Following that brief data rate change, we now have those live views back of the crew inside the Orion spacecraft. Again, they're working through some stowage activities to start preparing for re-entry prep. They will do a lot of their re-entry preparations tomorrow when they will be reconfiguring the cabin to prepare for splashdown, and they will also be studying their entry procedures. In addition to stowing some of their equipment, they will also be installing their seats to ensure all items are secured for re-entry.
We all just had that weird vibe of backing up if we were getting sad.
Oh, we feel it too, but we'll be happy to have you back.
Awesome. Let me have a look, and we'll let you know if we have anything we can tee up for you now. Otherwise, we'll wait for it as scheduled.
That sounds great, and Victor's spinning is making us giggle. It's really spectacular.
Integrity, this is NASA PAO Courtney Beasley. How do you hear me?
Hey, Courtney, we hear you, but you are very low.
Okay, I will try to talk a little bit louder. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, it's great to see you today. We have a room filled with media eager to talk
Courtney,
to you.
we have you loud and clear.
Wonderful. We have a room full of media ready to talk to you today, and we also have them on our phone bridge. We have a limited amount of time, so we're going to go ahead and hop straight into questions. We'll start here in the room with Marcia Dunn. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for You Read. Could you please describe your emotions when Jeremy called down to Mission Control to ask permission to name a lunar crater after your late wife, Carol? It was a pretty emotional, powerful moment down here.
Marcia, it was a powerful moment up here as well. My crewmates approached me when we were at Kennedy in quarantine, and they said, hey, the three of them had talked, and they would like to do this. And that was an emotional moment for me, and I just thought that was just a total treasure that they had thought through this, and they had offered this. And I said, absolutely, I would love that. I think that's just the best. And I said, but I can't give the speech. I can't give the talk. And Jeremy, the kind of guy he is, he said he would do it. And it was getting emotional there. And I think when Jeremy spelled Carol's name, Carroll, I think for me, that's when I was overwhelmed with emotion. And I looked over and Christina was crying. I put my hand down on Jeremy's hand as he was still talking. It was right there on that rail. And I could just tell he was trembling, and we all pretty much broke down right there. And just for me personally, that was kind of the pinnacle moment of the mission for me. That was, I think, where the four of us were the most forged, the most bonded, and we came out of that really focused on that day ahead. I think that was a very caging moment for the four of us. Thank you for that question, and it was a great moment.
And we have seen just some extraordinary things that I thought we might see. They looked similar to what I thought they might look like, and other things that I just had never even imagined. And those were different perspectives that we saw these things from. But I have to say, it hasn't changed my perspective or the perspective that I launched with. The perspective I launched with was that we live on a fragile planet in the vacuum, in the void of space. We know this from science. We're very fortunate to live on planet Earth. And the other perspective that I've sort of learned from others through life is that our purpose on the planet as humans is to find the joy in lifting each other up by creating solutions together instead of destroying. And when you see it from out here, it doesn't change it. It just absolutely reaffirms that.
Houston, integrity for a quick kind of a PAO item, but more of a item for the folks in the control room there.
Go ahead.
Do you have our video still?
We do.
I'm not sure if it made it in the handover, but this morning we were asked to go unpack a very special item, and we just wanted to we wanted to share it in that PO event. We just didn't get an opportunity to do so. So we were to share with you all because we need to share this. Like this has to be shared, right? So in Victor's hands here is the Apollo 18 flag that the agency asked to have put on board Artemis II so that it could take its rightful trip around the moon. And the four of us are just honored to have this here. We're honored that it is in our presence, and we are honored to carry the torch from Apollo through Skylab, through the space shuttle, through our beloved International Space Station, and now back further than humans have ever gone, around the far side of the moon, and safely home back to Houston. So we just wanted to share this with you because it needed to be shared. Thanks.
Carrying the torch indeed. Thank you for sharing it with us and the world, and we'll look forward to welcoming you and that flag back to Houston shortly.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. The Orbit 3 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and completed their handover with the Orbit 2 team. So now leading the team here in Mission Control is Flight Director Ron Spencer. And with that, I will also be handing over our live continuous coverage of the Artemis II mission to my colleague Nilofer Ramji, who will continue providing updates of Orion and its crew over the next several hours. This is Mission Control Houston.
Good morning from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room here at the Johnson Space Center. We are at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 9 hours, 55 minutes and counting of the Artemis II mission. I'm Nilüfer Ramji with NASA Communications. The Orbit 3 team of flight controllers recently came on console and have completed their handover with the Orbit 2 teams who just completed their shift. The Orion spacecraft is currently 116,000 miles and counting from the moon and 165,000 miles and counting away from Earth. We'll continue to provide you live coverage of the mission while the astronauts are also asleep aboard the Orion spacecraft named Integrity. They began their sleep shift at around 7 days, 8 hours, 30 minutes, and it will last until a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 17 hours. As I mentioned, we'll continue to provide live 24/7 coverage, but for now, this is Mission Control Houston.